Oh, what's up, man? I haven't been called Bubba in a long time, brother. Really long time. It's late somewhere. How you doing, Tommy? Well, I guess I know how you're doing. I was there. It's I'm seeing a pattern with the printer. Hey, Marie. Because I got the two rods for the bottom. But I'm seeing a pattern with the damn thing. I'll do a print job, and then I'll hop right onto a second one the same day, and that's when it fucks up on me. So, and this is actually the top spindle to hold the spool. So we'll see when it gets, 10 layers from the end and see if it messes up. We'll see. It's taken a while. It's, oh God, when did I? Hey, Ansley and Jennifer. So 35. I'm 40 minutes into the damn thing, and it's only on layer number 38. And there's 421 layers. No, I hear you, Tommy. I wasn't even paying attention to piss all either. I had it in behind another window just listening to the guy. Here's cool shit. I like him. And he knows a shit ton, and he's real super humble about it. I love it. I was just kind of chiming in whenever I heard something that caught my ear. Huh. Yeah, he's very genuine. Phillips. Right, Ansley? It's like that because it's drawing a circle. I think you may have been in the chat before when I mentioned how it really sings to you when it's printing a circle. Yeah, Marie, it is a potty time Elmo, apparently. I had to look up the number. Freaking batteries. Why do they make it so hard for a baby to take the batteries out? Anyway. Double A's. I don't think I have any double A's here. I've got a couple. See if they work. They'll either work or blow up. It was actually, it was a throw-in. On. Try me. On. Okay. Those batteries are dead too. Just more stuff I'm taking to the garbage. Yeah, that lady was funny. She's like, well, what do you think? What are you thinking today? And I went, well, I think people should take down their old garage sale signs when they're done with their garage sale. And she got all defensive. She's like, they're not old. I was like, well, yeah, they are, because I've been to 3 garage sales in this town, and they were all last week or 2 weeks ago. And then she went on talking about some charity thing she's running. I wasn't really paying attention. But I'm going to get some batteries. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Huh. Bum crack. My dude. Yeah, you bet, Ansley. So now I gotta pay attention. And I guess that's kind of the name of the game, isn't it? How do you turn them on? No, Paul, it's not a tickle me, Elmo. It's a potty time, Elmo. So what do I gotta do? Take his diaper off? Or maybe it's broken. No switches in the arms. Huh? There's feet. And then piss on it. Oh, shit. Elmo. What? It's a document camera. Left foot on the bottom. No, there's a switch by the batteries. I do see a spring in there where the screw goes in, so maybe the battery cover has to be on. We'll see. Oh shit, there's a bottle. Comes with that thing, a potty. I'm just looking at it on Amazon there. So it should just give her, right? It's not give her, and these are brand new batteries. What? Well, yeah, I did slide the switch, and it's on. Now it's on Try Me. But there's got to be a separate activation somewhere. Unless it's just dead. Oh, so he has to sit on the potty. Drop kick it. I might do that. That didn't work for my Budweiser cup, but...
Do you know how to use the potty?
Oh, you fucking camera shy, you little shithead?
When Elmo uses the potty, I think Elmo feels so big. Elmo's so thirsty.
He's all fuzzy using the potty.
Can Elmo have a drink, please?
Can Elmo have a drink, please? No, because I don't want you pissing on my keyboard. I'll pull your diaper up, just in case. Because I don't know what the fuck you are. There. We're safe. Elmo crack picker.
Elmo loves to play all day, but Elmo needs to take a potty break sometimes. Do you know how to use the potty?
So it's like a potty training thing. You better not poopsie on my printer. Talk, you shithead. What good are you?
When Elmo uses the potty, I think Elmo feels so big.
Oh boy.
Elmo's so thirsty.
Elmo is so thirsty.
Can Elmo have a drink, please?
I gave you a drink.
Elmo loves to play all day, but Elmo needs to take a potty break sometime.
I don't know if it works. If he talks. Shithead. So anyway. Yeah. Yeah, apparently he has a bottle and a little potty. Looks like I can get $5-6 for him with just what I got there anyway. Well, he asks for a drink, Paul, and he does have a sippy cup that comes with him, like a sippy cup and a potty and a bunch of other garbage. So I'm thinking there's a sensor in there in the mouth to it smells like an old lady's house too. There's probably a sensor in his mouth that senses when the sippy cup is in there. But I was just reading reviews on Amazon. Apparently he defaults to having little accidents all the time. Reviews on him aren't that great. So, whatever. Let's check the chat. Paul, have you might have heard that little story I had with some elderly friends of mine. They had purchased a Tickle Me Elmo. Hey, Craig, my man. They had purchased a Tickle Me Elmo for their grandkids, and they basically played with it until until the batteries died. And so they put it on the shelf, bookshelf in the kitchen. And 6 years go by. 6 bloody years go by. And this thing just starts cracking up laughing when they were just having some morning coffee. The thing starts laughing. And the wife is a very religious woman, and the guy just doesn't, he don't care. But she just freaked out, and she was like, "Get it out of here! Get it out of here!" So I went to visit that day, and there was a Tickle Me Elmo on the front lawn. They just fired it out the door. Yeah. Blank VHS. That was 50 cents of love. Now this thing looked cool, but it feels cheap. See, when I go to garage sales, I'm too busy literally bullshitting to stick my nose in my phone and comp shit. So I basically source blind when I'm at garage sales and yard sales. But I'll comp when I'm doing thrift stores and church sales. Universal So a lot of the times I'm just, hey, that's cool. I'll buy it for $1. Interact. Oh, there's one right there. That's the only one. But it's one of these I'll zoom right in there for the action. PS2, CD, Xbox, DVD, GameCube. For S-Video. $2. I can get 4 for it. Practical music reader. A progressive course of music lessons on the inductive plan by William L. Smith. It looked old as bloody hell. So I bought it. It was, she charged me 50 cents for it. And I looked inside. It was written in 1880. And it's in really good shape. And I didn't check for any money or nothing. I'll do that now. Love notes to her long lost, whatever the fuck. It's in decent shape. Taz Polaroid, you mean? Yeah, autocorrect has burned my dignities a few times in my life. What the fuck? I'm looking up a music book from the 1800s and I'm getting like pinup porn from the 50s. Music reader. I'm not seeing anything on eBay with this stupid thing. William L. Smith. Books. No results. So nothing on Pick, Click, or Worth Point. What else is there? I am seeing nothing on that guy. It will poo. You're on your phone, aren't you, Marie? So I only have autocorrect problems when I'm on my phone. Google. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I've seen those old irons that you have to heat up yourself. And then a more modern version of that is where a little rack holds it up, and you actually have a candle or something underneath it to keep it warm. William L. Smith. Detroit? No. Could be Detroit. Deputy State Superintendent of Public Instruction for Michigan. So it could have been Detroit. Try that one. Well, shopping does nothing. 1889. Well, this one's 1880. Lynn! How are you, my dear? 1965. So there's a half-ass mention within. Well, that gives me nothing. Wow. Nothing. I am somewhere between swell and just peachy. Doing quite well. Thank you. And it's good to hear that you're doing well. Whoa. Now, there is even less, Marie, there is even less on, huh? There is even less on Google than there was anywhere else. Practical music reader. Well, there's 50 cents. I might just throw it on auction for $3. I've never seen that. Like, you've always seen you've always seen like the publisher's list of other books that were available for from that publisher. See what it says down at the bottom of that list? Etc., etc. I've never seen that. Hmm. Introductory. I only hear that words, not in old books. But it's just music. I don't know any of the songs in there. Designed for schools and singing classes. That book is, there's a lot of shit in there, man. All work, no play. Jack Frost, let us go a merrymaking. Sprinkle, sprinkle comes the rain. Youthful manners. There ain't no youthful manners anymore. I thought a thought today that made me feel old. I looked at a kid today and I was like, fuck, why are your pants so low, dude? Pull them up. You might walk straight. So then I felt incredibly old by thinking that. Hey, Josh. How's it going, man? And I round the corner and I see an old man with his belt was right there. I was like, oh boy. Bought myself another Bible. This one's actually really cool. But I guess it was their aunt bought a whole shit ton of Bibles. So it was written in 2013. Bought a whole shit ton of Bibles to help fund her missionary efforts and whatever. It looked really cool. I like the green in there under the Celtic knot. You think all the Bibles in this house, someone would... I'm not even going to say it. Because then it'd happen. Just my luck, it would happen. Snobby, my dude. Josh, does Misha ever rest? For a while now that she's just been busy. Busy doing this, busy doing that, busy singing Elvis. $15. I can turn that $5 into 15. Probably, I'll probably go 20 and run promoted on it. Yeah, just to get it out of my life. No, God knows it ain't gonna do me any good. Cheating on your keto diet. Tisk tisk. You know, I've during the day. She rests during the day so the sunlight doesn't burn her, eh? That was a bad joke. Oh boy. That might not have been a good one. I just saw in the chat there, Jennifer, that it's your birthday. Happy birthday. So, boy. Not having good luck finding this shit. Buy used. $6. I bought that just for the sole reason that Mad Magazine is not printing any more new magazines. I heard the announcement on the radio last week. So I bought this, and I believe that was 50 cents. And it's going for $6 on Amazon.com, so that's US. That's the only place I could find it. I didn't find that on eBay anymore. So I was never into Mad Magazine when I was younger. I had my Nintendo and I had my Tonka truck. That was all I needed. Well, that was all I got. Another 50 cents into $6. That guy. I've been doing very well with official game guides. So I pretty well have been picking them up right on site. Oh shit, there's records in there. Smith Corona 10-day touch typing course. 5/7" 33 1/3 RPM records, long play records. 2, 3, 4. Got the records. Oh boy, they're in good shape. I love old ladies, man. Always take care of their shit. I got a shit ton of typewriters I gotta list up. Word processors. $6. Condition is used. Well, fucking expand on that, numbnuts. Condition is used. You go to item specifics. An item that has been used previously. See the seller's listing for full details and description of any imperfections. Go down there. Vintage 1961 Smith Corona 10-day touch typing course. 5 33 1/3 record set. Condition is used. Hey, moron. But he sold it for $6. Oh, you guys are just doing your own thing. Oh, don't let me fucking way does that go? That way. Don't let me bother you then. I'll just sit in the corner and eat my pizza quietly. I do need more coffee though. Hey Ansley, someone's talking to you. Oh, almost fucked that move up. Right, Tommy? It's universally placed. Pretty well anytime I get up. When I had an office job, I was always had a back in 5 minutes sign. I'd hang it on my chair. Hey, Ricky. See? Right there. Ricky gets it. The fuck are these things called anyway? Huh. few of them. And no solds. WTF. "3D pictures, view machine." Well, I got a shit ton more cartridges than that. 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 10, motherfucker. Eat that shit. I got more than anybody. 3D. Anywhere from $12 to $55. Weird ass little eh. Two viewers and 10 cartridges for $5. I was just, and all the ones listed have 6, 1 viewer and 6 cartridges. Young Explorer 2, Amphibians and Reptiles, Baby Animals, Exotic Birds, World of Insects, Young Explorer 1. Okay. Original. No duplicates. Anyway. Weird and Wild. That's kind of cool. So I can either anywhere from double to 11 times. That's not too shabby. Let's check the chat. Oh, Tracy, you're here. When did you get in? Tracy, I guess I'll go back to the first. So there's Lynn. Oh my God, Jennifer and Tracy. I'm sorry, I missed all of you. All the important people in my life. I'm still working on that, let's see here. I'm still working on that spool holder. Oh God, it's only on layer number 88. But I got the other bottom holder done. So I'm just working on the top spindle that actually holds the spool, and then I have to print out either side of the bracket. Basically, that'll be like that, and then the one I'm printing now goes in the middle and then holds the spool. I'm just hoping it doesn't mess up on me like it usually does when I try to print 2 things in a day. It usually does way better when I let everything cool off and let it sit for a day and then do it again. My bottom is perky enough. It doesn't need to be held up. And I almost closed the print program down. That you want to see a guy get excited. Boy. I think some people worry about my bottom a little more than they should. I'm just saying. Hmm. Huh. No, not that one. Boy, I'm telling you, I am testing my patience. I couldn't even warm up my coffee because the microwave is like right there on the other side of that wall between the computer and my router. So the microwave would affect with my router, my internet speed. And then for all the action that was happening in here anyway, it would have been choppy. Of all the things there are in this world to worry about, eh? I was just going to look at something and I forgot what it was. Hmm. I hear you, Tracy. It's pretty soothing. Huh. This cup is Pepsi 1977 from the Rescuers Collector Series. It's Orville. And this one, 1992. That's a pretty long snout on it, too. Thought that was neat. I think I paid $1 a piece for those two. Oh boy. Layer number 97. Only 4.5 hours to go. Oh, that's cool, Paul. Like Tweety coffee cup? Yeah, this is plastic, Marie. No, the snout didn't break off. But I wouldn't have said anything if it did. I just need random arbitrary lights flashing. I always got a kick on those Star Trek episodes where there's a big, huge wall of switches and lights, but there's not one goddamn label on them. Like, how do you know which is which? Yeah, it could be, Paul. That's a hell of a question, actually. I see Bugs. I see Sylvester. There's a Taz, Yosemite Sam. It looks like it. There's a Tweety. From KFC. Promotional partners. 1992. But then it says 1993 at the back. I probably don't have a hope in hell of getting in. Well, maybe. Promotional partners, 1992. Third line down. And hidden just under the handle. 1993. Maybe it's like a Beanie Baby. There's an error. Gotta fucking sell it and shit for $12,000. If I could get 12 grand for it, I'd offer free shipping though. Because that's an eBay listing that's coming up is KFC. Oh shit! The whole gang. I'm gonna share this shit. This is cool. Some guy named Ashwab. And he's from Spruce Grove, which is just outside of Edmonton. He's actually close to Jody Matoma. That's the one I got. Spruce Grove is like a 2-hour drive from me. And that's what shipping would be to me. Oh, you probably can't see that. It's $18.84. Standard shipping, regular parcel. So that you'll probably ship it expedited. Charge regular and ship it expedited because expedited's cheaper most of the time. Hey, Steve. So that's what it was a KFC giveaway. Oh my. Those ones are still in the wrapper. He's from Wisconsin. Wisconsin. There's a guy from Cleveland. Looks like he has a piece of tape on top of him. Probably with the package that they were wrapped with, or just the insert from the store. But they wouldn't have been just taped like that. They would have had a suffocation warning. Yeah, collect all 4. Well, if you collect all 4, how on earth is there 5 on that other guy? What the fuck, over? And he only has the one picture. What an amateur. $15, holy hell. I think 15 is the most I've had. At this hour anyway, but it's still early. Oh, so Lynn, you probably don't want me looking at these, eh? Because you would have got them from KFC with would have been with a meal deal. Probably $3 or $5 more on top of that. Facebook. This thing's making a different racket. You better not be thinking what I'm thinking you're thinking. It's got to get that tall. I think it's got a ways to go yet. Oh, that's cool, Lynn. Four and a half hours to go. I'm at layer 105. Oh, yeah. Did it work, Steve? eBay has a commercial? Yes, 1961. Oh, snap. The stand comes out and everything. B, 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 M, 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 M. Oh, and there's posture. Even shows you proper posture so you can type on your typewriter more effectively. Holy shit, you don't hear this in school very often. Not nowadays. Would you like it if everything were so easy that everyone could do it? You could never excel. all would get the same marks in school. You could not take pride in your work because every other person can do it just as well as you can. Every normal person likes to excel in something. Almost everyone can. It is just a matter of finding out what one can do best and likes to do most. But if everything were easy to do, how would you ever find out that what your real talent is? You would never find out. You would just drift along easily without being given a task that calls for your utmost effort. Damn. Nowadays, you get,
Here, Jimmy, here's your trophy because you showed up for practice every day.
then they're getting rid of honor rolls because it makes the stupid kids feel non-included. Don't get me started. Do not get me fucking warning you. Yeah. Not gonna go there. Because one thing they're finding out is those kids that in T-ball got a trophy just for showing up. These little fuckers are now adults. This is going back to the No Child Left Behind movement. Now they're adults and they're asking their boss for a raise, and their bosses are telling them no because you haven't done anything to deserve a raise. Well, now these fuckers are in therapy with hurt feelings. I don't know. I think they got rid of the honor roll at our school, the school that I went to, because I went to a K-12 school. They actually took down the honor roll system, I think, for about 5 years, like after I graduated. I was only on the honor roll for 3 semesters in high school. I didn't really like school. I actually found it boring. Because I don't, no, you're a girl. But I think North American schools could do very well if they get rid of standardized testing. Because all you learn in school really is how to pass the standardized test. That's all. So really, you're holding the kids back by doing that, I think. I mean, you're still going to get a bunch of them that can't do as well as others, but if you take the leash off of the 20% or the 25% of them that can go, like if you let them just strap on a rocket and go as high as they can, I think this entire continent can do very well for itself. But that's just one humble 3D. That's cool, Bumcrack. 3D. Shit. That is awesome. I'm actually alarmed how fascinated I am over that. That 3D. Yeah, I hear you, Paul. You're all Marie, you're thinking the same thing. I was thinking maybe a little sign that will clamp to that little handle. It'll be like one of those signs for a tire shop. It just kind of goes up and over. 3D. I like it. I was just gonna say I've got to write that down, but I ain't gonna forget something like that. Oh, Jackie and Sarah, thanks for popping in. But yeah, if any of you ever watched Weeds, the TV show Weeds, there was a line in there. It was between Shane and Uncle Andy. And Uncle Andy goes, well, what the hell did you learn in school? And without missing a beat, Shane goes, how to pass the standardized test so the school can get more funding. I chuckled about that for a hell of a lot longer than I should have. Yeah, that's okay. I was picking up what you were putting down. I got it. So how was your yeah, bum crack. I must have missed it. A show or two back, so you're talking probably 9 to 11 hours worth of video. I went to college for computer programming and I ended up being a truck driver. And like how are school days down in the States now? Like here they're down to like I think they're down to 200 or so days, school days in a year. No, I'm even gonna put if I can muster it, I'm gonna put a little trademark, little copyright symbol with BCP beside it. It'll be copyright BCP comma, 2019. I'll do that just for you. Give you credit for it. It was C++. C++ and Unix. Yeah, I hear you, Marie. And even those bloody professional development days, do you guys get those? Where basically every long weekend, like every month has a long weekend, which is a Friday or a Monday off, but you'll get a professional development day to make it a 4-day weekend. That's the kind of silliness that half a day on Wednesday. I was on the longest. I was on the longest bus route, and the bus driver reversed the route for the evening. So it was just over an hour bus ride in the morning, and no, Steve. It was just under probably just over half an hour bus ride home in the evening. And then our bus driver flipped the route for the second semester. But yeah, it was stupid on those half days, like hour and a half of bus rides for 2.5 hours of class. Like, it was silly. School days for me was 8:45 to 3:30. No, I hear you, Josh. And probably if you had a high profile interview to do, you were probably given questions to ask, weren't you? Or you had to get approval for the questions that you wanted to ask. Because I remember when I was, I think I was in grade 5, and we went to, it was a career fair style field trip. And the teachers gave us questions to ask them. Like, when did you know you wanted to do this? And did you want to do anything else besides this? And I found it monotonous. So they basically turned that into a course module. So everyone basically had the same bloody answers. All the same questions, just to make it so our precious teachers could mark it easier. And I'm not slamming the teachers, because they put up with a lot of shit for what they get paid. But they are the representatives of a school system that is failing our children. I didn't really like school when I was little, but I found myself after I graduated, like I had a summer job right after high school, and my job, the shift ended at 2, and I actually found myself going back to the school and chit-chatting with teachers until 3:30, like whichever teacher had a spare at the end of the day, because I kind of missed it. Once it was over, I missed it. Because I think it was really, that was the routine. And I didn't have a very nurturing and loving stepfather. So school was my escape. Yeah, I hear you, Marie. But I find myself, thinking, oh, geez, it's almost nap time. And, well, God, it's 4 o'clock. No use laying down now. Then I'll be up till 4 in the morning. Wait. 4 hours to go. Boy. You know, we were just talking about how the day flies by. Uh, Marie, get yourself a 3D printer. It'll be slow. It'll be real slow. The headmaster. Oh, that's crazy, though. Good night, Tracy.
you're okay.
I have a friend, Steve, that like a note came home with his daughter saying she needed pencils. So he went out and bought a pack of pencils and sent it to school with her. And about a week later, get another note. She needs pencils. And this went on a few times. And he ended up calling the teacher and saying, "What the hell's going on? I sent, a full pack of 25 pencils, should last all year." And the teacher goes, "Well, I've been confiscating them." And he goes, "Well, why have you been confiscating them?" And the teacher goes, "Well, she's fidgeting with them and playing with them." So in her desk somewhere was probably a huge ass bundle of pencils. But he won the teacher parent unpopularity contest when he says, "Well, why don't you make learning fun? And maybe she won't fidget." But the teachers actually recommended that they go see a psychiatrist and medicate her. And yet she's in high school now, beyond the top of her class. She's actually in an advanced class. So she's basically in the whoops. I almost unplugged this bloody thing. That would have been upsetting. But yeah, she's actually in taking the next grade up, which is really cool. Like, he refused to medicate her. Well, basically, they just had to make learning worth it for her to pay attention, because she was bored in class. It wasn't engaging enough for her. Yeah, that's true, Steve. Yeah, Marie, isn't that funny that the school fees are going up, and so is the supplies list for the community objects like tissues and whatnot. I actually worked with a guy who was medicated when he was little because he had a lazy mom. And this guy, to give you an example, there was a rule in the shop to put the tool back when you were done with it. Of course, right? And this kid, he was 18 when I worked there. This is only about 5 years ago, so he was a kid to me. If he saw a wrench sitting on a pallet somewhere that he needed, he would go grab that wrench and use it. And then he would very carefully put that wrench back onto the pallet in the exact same spot that he got it from. Instead of taking that one more step and just putting it in the toolbox. And the boss actually came up to him one day and goes, "You know, Kyle, if you don't want to sweep the shop, you just let me know and I'll find someone else to sweep it." And he actually came up to me a little while ago and asked me what he meant, because he didn't get the snarkiness. You put it back where you found it, right? Because really, that, like, this shop had one, two, three, four different places you could put that had tool storage. Three of those were or two of them were toolboxes and two of them were pegboards. And really, like, even a crescent wrench could be put back in four different places. Uh, After a week of shop work, you'd find all the crescent wrenches piled into one drawer in one toolbox instead of distributing out. Because basically there's four bays. Two of the bays had toolboxes, and the two bays on each end had pegboards. So it was kind of set up where no matter what bay you were working in, you didn't have to travel very far to get a tool. Did you guys hear that fiasco that Lonnie's going through with his daughter's school? Like getting coupons for bathroom breaks. That shit got my blood going. So if they go to the washroom, they have to give up a coupon, but at the end of the year, whoever has the most coupons will get a prize. Like, my God, let's teach our children to destroy their kidneys before they hit puberty. Like, some schools just don't think. Like, you got to wonder what kind of jokers are on the school board. Yeah, Marie, like, a kid is going to want that prize, and when you're little, you have no problem holding in your pee. You really don't. But what you don't think is what that does to you. Like, the pressure backs up. And that extra pressure develops develops the mineral solids. But yeah, it's terrible for the kidneys, it's terrible for the prostate. Like, it's just terrible all the way around. I guess girls don't have to worry about prostate problems, but still. But it's good on Lonnie to speak up against it. Yeah, that's true, Steve. Be right back. So I haven't driven in a while. Marie, I haven't driven in a while, so I can't pull up a log for you, but they actually have wireless dash link, they call it, where you can put a transmitter on the hookup on your truck, and the information goes straight to that. And your EOBR, your electronic onboard recorder. We actually used a version. I didn't use it on this phone, so I don't have it. But I had a version of that on my smartphone. So I just had it clipped to the mount, and I was able to go on duty and off duty, just push of a button. I actually enjoyed it. I hated doing paper logs. When that app came up, it made my log like it decreased my paperwork. And actually, when you first install that app, you can actually sign your name on it. So you click a button saying sign log. I certify that this log entry is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge, blah, blah, blah. And then once you're done with that, you can actually email it to to the dispatch. So you didn't have to carry paper logs with you. And if you get pulled over and DOT demands to see your logs, well, there's a section on there for that. And it'll actually come up on the screen, hand this device to the officer. And you hand it down and he can push OK. And then it gives him the instructions on how to read the last 14 plus today. So he can actually swipe through the days, read your logbooks, your odometer's on there. If he wanted to, he could fax it from your phone to the office or email it to him so he could read them all on the computer, on his computer. I kind of liked it. But really, it's the hours of service that are not keeping up with. It's the hours of service regulations that are not keeping up with the technology that's available. Yeah, I had the tablet too. Whenever I decided to take it, I would have access to the same information that's just on my phone, but it was just easier to do it right on the phone. There's a couple of different chats running. Josh, if you're a Michael Moore fan, his latest movie, How to Change the World, is quite something. The tablet itself is company issued, Marie? Oh, well. Yeah, without, like, Michael Moore's movies go along the same lines, Josh, as what we were talking about earlier with media basically being the government's bitch, to put it simply. Um, so you kind of have to take his movies with a grain of salt. Like Fahrenheit 9/11, half of it was half of that movie was twisted to make the point. But he actually went in How to Change the World. He went to France, where they have an executive chef, um, a licensed nutritionist, and the school board sit down every Friday afternoon and discuss what the menu is for the following week. And Michael Moore was sitting in the school cafeteria with a group of kids, kind of a round table kind of thing. And he pulls out a can of Coca-Cola, and he tried to give it away, and none of the kids would take it. They just gave him a funny look and said, "No, I don't want that." And I believe it was quite a while since I've watched that movie, but I believe, if I remember right, one kid tried it, and he didn't like it. And he actually had someone in an American school take pictures of the gruel that they were eating that day. And he showed pictures of that to the French school chef. And he teared up and said, "Those poor children." But I don't have Netflix. I have something similar called Crave. It was on there. It's probably on Netflix as well. I think most of you guys would have Netflix. I don't believe Crave is available down there, but it might be. I don't know. Same concept. I think Crave was invented because Netflix changed the programming that was available for Canadians. It's a bunch of American programs that weren't available here. Yeah, that school that I go off what Josh just said there. That school that I went to took pop out of the vending machines, so you can't even buy pop at that school. And see that can be tracked back to the parents. The parents should should have been, taking a little bit more of a role in their kids' lives, steering them in the right direction. But that just goes with, it's kind of the society we're in, really. Layer 159. Oh, I'm not even. There, I'll improve the network I'm on. Maybe that way you can count my gray hairs. Let me know if that changed anything. Yeah, there's. Nope. Yeah, whatever. I just noticed I was rolling on the 2.4 gigahertz. And change that to the 5 gigahertz. I think what it is, Josh, is the wrong people are in the right positions. Most of them, most of the people that make the proper decisions of that shit are pretty greedy. Kind of goes to food banks having a paid staff kind of thing. That's why I don't ever give food banks money, especially if they have paid staff. Because most of the time they have only one bank account, so they can't keep track of donations and stuff that they made. Yeah, true. As long as they, like I always say, American schools, but this entire continent could use a revamp of what schools feed the kids. It's not just America; it's Canada too. How the fuck did this channel get so political? That I would like to know. Oh well. Keep the audience engaged and enraged, right? And it isn't even me doing it. You guys are running the show. I got a retort to that, Josh. That would be an issue if CNN if CNN was a reputable news network. But I think they're all. I think most of them are into fake news. No, Marie, there's lots on there. Of course, I could sit like this and every time it tugs on the filament, that's just a piece of that's just the top of a post-it note is all that is. So I just put that on there so I can see at a glance what it's how much is going. This thing this thing has an odometer on it. When it says it been printing for 41 days, 4 hours, and 10 minutes. So the guy who had it got lots of use out of it. The filament printed 88,884 meters. 88, 89 kilometers. Oh, that's going down. What the fuck? I don't know. That's going down, and it says minus. So I don't know if that's a just a countdown for when you would do a rebuild kit on it. Because these things do have repair kits where you replace the extruder and the nozzle. A new dust sponge. I don't have a dust sponge. It's 45, 50 miles. No, 88,000 meters. That's what it says. Minus 88, 883.9. But 88 kilometers is, yeah, right around 50 miles or so. Only, yeah. But filament needed 15,568. Convert 15,568 millimeters to feet. Oh, fuck off. Convert 15,568 millimeters to feet.
It's 51.08 feet.
So this block that I'm printing, which fits that spool, it's about a 2-inch, 2.5-inch. I'll just measure it because you know how guys are with their eyeball measuring for length, right? 2 inches. It's 2 inches wide and the same length as this, which this is about an inch. What did she say? 51 feet? 50 feet of filament. I'm not sure how much these took. I don't have it in the log, I guess. Because when this guy got done printing, I closed the program and shut the printer down and started it back up. Because I'd get an alarm and it would shut the heaters off. I don't double measurements when I eyeball them, Marie. But I'll add 30% or so, or take away 30%, whatever mood I'm in. We are losing a lot of the old knowledge, Josh. A lot. Like I heard a comedian say, Google has ruined our lives. Because we now know everything and we are no smarter for it. Because there is a time you'd be laying in bed and go, where's Tom Petty from? And then you went about your day. You'd get up, take a shower, go to work, and in the weekend, you would see a girl with a Heartbreakers t-shirt on. So you'd run up and ask her, and she'd tell you. And that's how you met your wife. But now we can just Google shit on our phones and we know it. The problem is that there is there's no satisfaction to it. Because the space between not knowing and knowing is so small, we get no satisfaction from it. Isn't it great, Josh, when you can learn under somebody who's like sure as shit he didn't have Google. He basically had to sweat, cry, and bleed for the knowledge he had. And that's the best kind, really. But now for and see, even with Google, you're not really looking up something. Like you really got to watch the information that Google gives you, because it could just be spewing some bullshit that some other joker typed into it. Like I had the question last night on eBay. What's the difference between the red door and the blue door? And the stupid answers that you'd come up with, that some people are coming up with, and the answers were all over the place. Like there were people giving a big explanation, and then they'd say, "Well, it doesn't matter anyway." It'd be nice if it gave percentage. Percentage in the hundreds. Then the number would go up faster than the layers. So I'm only at 180. It's not even half done yet. Another train. You probably knew that already, though. Yeah, Marie, that were you on with Jody and I the other day? And he had that. He basically had a train of emergency vehicles flying past his house. But there was actually a huge apartment fire that one person died and 37 were injured. Like basically a block or two from Jody's place. That's where all those sirens came from. Ruined your streak, and you only had like 3 lines. 3 lines to go. But I'm afraid to say you might not see that. Let it focus. Steve got the achievement last night. 1 full page. But he has to purchase his Xbox Live membership before he can get any more achievements. Yeah, there was, that wasn't last night. That was the night before. That there was that apartment fire. Last night, Edmonton had a meteor overhead, and it was caught on a whole bunch of security cameras, like those Ring doorbell cameras and stuff. Yeah, I think Jody just had to say something, and then I gave him shit for it. And he goes, "Oh, darn." Mhm. Oh my God. Oh, that's terrible. To the mother of 4 in Stony Plain Road and 184th Street, Walmart. That's in Edmonton. I have to stop and shake my head in awe of you and your lack of caring. You are a mother of 4, which I get can be tiring and wear on your last nerve. With that being said, these kids you have chosen to bring into this world are exactly that, your responsibility, and as such you should be aware of your children. To have your youngest child wander off from you is one thing, but to have your youngest child wander off out of Walmart and be wandering through the parking lot is another. Then my husband and I to find your youngest child and bring him back into Walmart for you to not even be concerned that he was missing from you and out in the parking lot, and that a stranger has him is beyond me. Your only response was, "Where is your candy?" Jesus. People, people, people. What are we doing? Yeah, Marie, I didn't even finish. It's shout out Edmonton. It's Jody's, one of Jody's websites. But I went there to point you guys towards the meteor coverage, and I came across that was a newer post, so it was at the top. But damn, people, kind of makes you want to slap a bitch. Mm-mm. I'm at a complete loss of words, guys. And like I don't have any kids. So I guess it doesn't, something like that doesn't hit me as hard as if I did, but god damn, my heartstrings are pulled and it's wrapped around my heart and it's choking the shit out of it. I some people, and it's probably just mm. But anyway, it's the second post down. Actually, no, don't go to that one, but you probably already are. That's a long link, but that's actually where I wanted to direct you folks. Fuck. Thank you, Marie. And it was just sheer fucking luck that it was someone who cared that grabbed that child's hand. Just sheer luck. That is all that is just luck. I'm sorry I directed you guys to that, but I saw that. I just had to share it. I had a similar situation happen to me when I used to work front desk at a hotel in the next town over, and behind the front desk was the liquor store, and on the opposite side of the restaurant, yeah, I hear you, Josh. The opposite side of the restaurant was the bar, and I was coming off of shift. It was 11 o'clock at night, and it was winter time. I went out and started my car, and I came back into the restaurant to talk to the worker that relieved me. And I walked up to the outside door. Keep in mind, this was about let's say about minus 20 Fahrenheit. I walk up and I open the door, and this boy walks out. He's just wearing a diaper, and he goes, "Where's my mommy?" And he must have been 4, 3. And he came up to just above my knee. Like he was just a little guy. And so I picked him up and I went over to the security camera and I said, "Point your mommy out to me." And I went to the bar cameras, and she was sitting at a table with a whole bunch of other people, just slamming back shot after shot after shot. Like he actually pointed her out to me. And I was like, I just went, "Okay, well, your mommy's busy right now. Let's go back to your room. Do you know what room you were in?" And so we walk back, and there was one hotel room that was open. So he points and said this one. And I took him into the room. I was gonna turn the TV on for him and see if there's any late night cartoons or something. Cable TV usually does have cartoons running 24/7 on like Nickelodeon or something. And there's just food garbage all over the bloody room. Like, she just didn't even fucking care. But yeah, this kid was on his way out the door. That's what that story reminded me of. And yeah, this little guy was in the room himself. Shit like that almost makes you wish there was an application process or a licensing process for having kids. And I absolutely hate government intervention and everything, but some people just shouldn't be opening their legs. On a lighter note, I'm almost at 50% of this print job. Yeah, like it takes two to tango. So what else is everyone doing? I was on Top Shot this whole night. Steve, Alberta had a movement similar to that. Uh, yeah, it was in the 60s, I think. It was at least 50 years ago. But they actually had IQ tests, and they would uh, they would sterilize you if you didn't score very high on that IQ test. It didn't last for very long. Snobby, I just rolled over 2 hours and 44 minutes. Good night, Marie. And this little print job has 2 hours and 49 minutes to go. I am at 50%, 51%, right in there. 208 layers to go. Boy. All this work, I'm exhausted. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at storage units here. Nah, Snobby, just before you came in, I think it was just before you came in. I think so. No, you were here. No, I think you came back just in time, but you probably didn't click on any of those links, so you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have been angered and depressed as much as I was. I just got incredibly depressed and incredibly angry at society. No, I was snobby. It was that poor excuse of a mother in Walmart in Edmonton. There was someone ranting against that person. I want to bid on storage units out of spite, and there's nothing good available. Boy, what is this world coming to? I just picked the wrong time to sell my heavy bag, that's all. It was a nice one, too. It was darn near 300 pounds. You really had to wail on it to get it to swing around. Yeah, right, Josh? Boy. I don't box per se. I did jujitsu for quite a while, and in the summertime I'd hang a heavy bag up in the garage and just something was bothering me, I'd just wail on it until I basically collapsed on the floor. then I'd have a beer and I'd feel better. But I don't drink beer. And I sold the heavy bag this spring. But yeah, you really can't do jujitsu with a heavy bag because most of that work is on the floor or on the ground, grappling. But it was a good way to get stress out. I actually enjoyed it. I might get another one. That's all I did. And I just visualized what was upsetting me and basically put that image on the bag and just keep punching that spot until like hell sometimes these my knuckles would start bleeding before I'd stop. But it was a healthy vent. I've always been a fairly big guy. Get out of here. Flies. It's always the one fly who wants to play computer games or something. So I've always been a heavy guy. So I've never really been good at push-ups. Oh wow, Jennifer. Yeah, that's kind of the way I am, Josh. Whenever the niece comes around. Ooh, you hit the stud. Damn, girl. Hmm. Twice. Do you still have those pins? Like in your hand? No, right on. Yeah, Josh, I don't know Misha very well, but she is an awesome, awesome person. In a weird way, I'm jealous of you, brother. Bum crack. Yes. Yeah, I've never broken. I do not have a broken bone in my body. Knock on wood. I've had God. I've been a fat kid. I sprained both my ankles a dozen times, 15 times. Oh wow. Jennifer got fire in her blood. getting older for me definitely helped me calm down, because my dad died when he was 59. When I turned 30, I had realized at this point in my life, if I keep going the way I'm going, I'm already beyond halfway. My life is already more than half over. So I made quite a few changes in my life. Improved my diet, my anger. Like, I used to be, like, God damn, I was an angry person, which is mostly where I loved that stuff, right? And yeah, most of it doesn't reflect who I am now, but as the legend of the crow in native folklore, the crow keeps one eye on the past and one eye on the present, so his path is always straight. Uh, that's why I don't cover it up and change it. Because you got to know where you came from, and you got to know where you're going. Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, snobby, I probably did. Uh, Looking back, I regret some of the relationships, how they ended, but
Hey, Joshy Poo. Now, Cliff, you were saying earlier about the little child wandering around outside of Walmart. Uh, that happens, unfortunately, too often. But the part that really drives me up the wall is when parents involve their 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12-year olds in active shoplifting from stores. And it's the kids that, take and hide the product. It reminds me of, I say, way of life that we don't have so much in this country. And it reminds me of what people attribute to gypsies. Teach them while they're young, and by the time they're bigger, they'll be really good thieves. And I just find that so outrageous.
yeah.
I probably upset a whole bunch of Roma people with that, but it's it was the reality. I can't say it is today. I haven't had any contact for like 30, 40 years. So maybe it's better. Well, Josh Poo, you're certainly the optimist. Hey, Snobby. Yeah, being a realist can be really depressing. It's sort of hard to be a realist and not become depressed. I don't know if that printer sounds more like a series of notes or a musical siren.
Yeah, the X and the Y motor really sing together when they're doing a circle.
I bet. I've watched that thing be printing almost down on the bed. And what is it now? About 1.75 inches or more printed material.
The Z-axis is at 47.5 millimeters.
Okay, so
Couple
that's
inches.
about 1.8 inches.
That's how tall it needs to be.
And I still think you can get a channel with just that running with the occasional random comment pre-recorded butting in.
Actually, I have just enough USB cable to put it about right here. I got a tripod right there, so
Well, you're good to about 15 feet on USB, at least USB 2. I have so wanted inexpensive wireless USB extenders.
random USB cable. I think that was my laser printer. Someone thought it'd be a good idea to put the computer way over here and then put the accessories way over here instead of the tower just down there.
Whose idea? Who was that?
I don't know. I think I fired him.
Okay. I hope you gave yourself severance.
Probably not.
I lucked out today. I was listening to a chat that I didn't think would have anything productive. And just when you think it doesn't, it does. So I learned, I think, the important magic about a company called Burlington Outlets. It's a big clothing and accessory type store. And if I got the information straight, what it is for a given brand and type of article, it's all the same price. So if you're looking at better brands and their articles have quite a wide price range, for a shoe made this way or that way, and it's all still a shoe, if I understand it correctly, there's enough margin to find some of those where you really will sell them for you'll just about double your money very quickly. And because some of those brands will readily sell for half of the initial price very quickly. So you just have to buy them for a fifth of the initial price. That's it. So that's without spilling the beans about any particular brand, and I wouldn't want to get them wrong either. And the good news is, a couple months from now, I expect a Burlington outlet to open about 30 minutes from me in a direction that I would head occasionally. So that's really good. Actually, it's just like 10 minutes down the road from where I used to go to school. Yeah, Jennifer, if you haven't been, you might want to look at that strategy of finding the good brands that have wide diversity in price.
Hey, Glenn, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping in. I do not have a Burlington within a 200-mile radius.
So, Jennifer, is that you down in Newark, Delaware?
Glenn, you could probably listen to this printer for a while and it'll put you right to bed.
It is. I think there are also another two or so just across in Pennsylvania might be close enough for you.
This is for Glenn. I don't think he's seen it in action.
Jennifer, the only reason I figured out it was you is I see we're already friends on Facebook. I'll tell you, watching that too much, I'll get dizzy.
Well, sometimes it goes around the other direction. That'll undizzy you.
I don't work that way. Tell you one thing, I think I'm going to have to put some more monitors on this computer.
Yeah, Glenn, that was the 3D printer I picked up for $200. It's like a $2,000 printer. The little boy in me wanted the printer, but the reseller in me said, well, there's 9 brand new rolls of filament comes with it. So if the $200 printer didn't work, I could get my $200 back with the filament.
And more for parts.
Yeah.
So you probably sell a $2,000 printer, I don't know, $200 to $500 plus the filament.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing you weren't desperate for the money, otherwise you wouldn't have a printer to play with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have done for the last 10 shows. Just sit here and twiddle my thumbs.
I imagine there's a thumb twiddling channel.
I did hear about they were talking on the radio quite a while ago about the wild clubs that someone can belong to, and there's like a national rock skipping championships and national rock paper scissors championships. Like
Oh
there
dear.
is a cloud appreciation society.
Now, is that computer cloud or
Water vapor
uh,
cloud.
yes? Well, there's a lot to be said for that. I'll be worried when they have a cloud preservation society.
Hmm.
Swamp, I'm located halfway between Philadelphia and Allentown, Pennsylvania, directly on both Pennsylvania routes 73 and 29. There's a bridge that I've been over many times. It's near Pittsburgh on Route 30. That's the George Westinghouse Bridge. And I'll tell you, all the times I've been over it, I've never seen it quite that way. Off to this side, yeah, over here was the George Westinghouse Works, where they did a lot of the electrical stuff for Westinghouse. I don't know if the air brake division started there and then moved closer into Pittsburgh or not. When Westinghouse pretty much pulled up stakes, that building sat idle for quite a while, and then part of it became a bit of an incubator. And then, not too far from that, maybe 20 minutes away, they had the Westinghouse experimental reactor site in development, which I think is now owned by Hitachi. Yeah, things change. I have not looked at the stack of postcards ever. So that's what I'm going to do productively.
Good night, Glenn. Thanks for stopping in for tea.
Good night, Swamp. A lot of railroad pictures in here. I don't think I really want to sell these just yet, but you know, if I were to sell these things, um, try to get on here. It shows pretty well, I think. Oh yeah, these are of a railroad site called East Broadtop, which is sort of, I guess, it's out past Harrisburg, just a little bit above the turnpike. And there are a whole series of these things, which East Broadtop almost went out of business a couple times. There's a whole bunch of them. But as I understand it, if you do sell these things, you want to sell a series of them. Oh, gee. Here's a nice modern Canadian Pacific engine for you, Cliff.
Ah,
Yeah, that was taken in 1971. I'm going to mispronounce this, but by the Mescahonan branch. Oh, wait, this is to Hawks, PA. But it's still Canadian Pacific, number 972. And I'm going to hold this up since might as well talk about something related to reselling. On the back of this postcard, boy, now I see how people get messed up on this. If you see that sort of line in the center, I'm not sure what this one says, but I think it might say published by Audiovisual Designs, P.O. Box 24, Earlton, New York. That's one of the clues as to when these things are actually made if you don't have a date on them, plus the format of the box, or area to put a stamp on. So that's one of the ways you can identify these. Now, these are all, I gotta take my glasses off here, and I can't tell on that one, but yeah. Yeah, these are all printed the way, printers do the color separation. But occasionally you'll find postcards that are actually photographs that are printed on cardstock. And if you find those things, from what I understand, they could be printed in the thousands to as little as one. It used to be photographers would sometimes go from town to town to town. And part of what they do is they'd get out and they'd photograph things in that town. Sometimes they go to a town and there'd be a big fire. So they'd photograph the big fire or the flood or whatever was going on. And then they'd sell the postcards, the pictures, to the residents in the town. And, if you have the opportunity to find things like that, well, nowadays people in many, many small towns, sometimes there aren't photographs that people can find. There aren't records. And, people have been known to actually say, gee, that was our family home that was burning in that picture. We want it. So if you really want to learn about them, I'd look at somebody like Popeye's Postcards or something. Knows a whole lot more about this stuff than I do.
I missed a bitchin' auction on Saturday.
Here's a place called America's Wonderland that actually has, this is all models that were made and put on display. Here's another section of it.
Pallets of...
Let's get another one here. Okay, here's what was on the wall, sort of a backdrop display. Now, I think I remember seeing this place. Yeah, I did see this as a kid. But
yeah, if I don't see you, Josh, have a good night. Otherwise, I'll see you in a while.
Good night, Josh. Oh boy, does bring back a memory. It was either this engine or its sister engine, which was 2122. This is 2124. This was a Reading engine. They called them the Iron Horse Ramble. And there's actually a picture of me in one of the history books, the local area, standing in front of one of these things when I think I was 3 years old. So that's really freaky. Unfortunately, there's a stack of half a dozen of these. So I can sell some of those. That's actually a pretty famous engine, 2122 and 2124. They made it into excursion runs after their regular service had ended. And they were the very last time that passenger service went to the little town of Schwenksville. Again, this picture was taken in Pennsylvania, but this is another Canadian Pacific engine number 1286. And doesn't say a lot more about it. There were two engines on that. 1286 and number 972. Okay. Let's make some estimates here. All right. So this is just an approximation, guys, and I really don't know all that I'm talking about. But if I learned anything, this pile here, which is about 3/4 of an inch, I think has an eBay price of around $50. So don't pay anything like that for them. You want to pay really cheap, but you can make money on postcards. Oh boy. See if I'm right here. No, I'm not. Sometimes you'll be lucky, and on postcards there'll actually be a date, either when the picture was taken, but it doesn't mean that's when the postcard was made, or there'll be a date of the postcard itself. And this postcard, the back, you can see that's a little different. There's no place for the stamp. And this postcard is a little bit older. And there are the cars on, whoops. Yeah, the cars on this. And this is also done by printing process. You have to look for the little dots. And fortunately, I can still resolve them. This postcard, however, let me see. Nope, that's the one I'm talking about. That's also done as a printed image. Trust me, these dots are like 172 or 300 dots per inch. And without a loop or magnifying glass, it's a little hard to tell. So, yeah. So let's see here. It's 50. So I'm not going to do these all, especially tonight, but if I were to get around and sell these things, I would expect probably about $200 out of that. It's a lot of work though. And if you do this stuff and you really want to do it right, there are scanners that will feed postcard stock through them one at a time, do a great job of imaging them. And there you go. Okay, I think this one here is actually a photograph. Interestingly enough, let's see if I get this in the camera there. I don't know if you can read that, but it was printed in Canada. And this is the U.S. National Railroad Museum in Lancaster, in Strasbourg. What do they say? Yeah, where is this? Nope, wrong about that. One of the collections of railroad treasures, Railroad Museum of U.S., which I think is Strasbourg. And it was published by a place in Lancaster. So, oh yeah. And I don't know if these are worth any more, but this is one of those big, oversized postcards. And I don't even know if this would make it through the system now, being round. But that's also stuff to look for. And this one says it's a plastichrome color picture. And I can't see any dots, but I don't know whether that's photographic or not. It's a little hard to tell. So, a little bit about postcards, a little difference for the day. Oh, something I almost missed here. I've got this pamphlet. I need to get this back in the right envelope. But these old little tourist pamphlets, if you come across these, in some old desk drawer, somebody's clearing out the house, grab them. They are definitely worth money. And I don't think they're doing those anymore. So, as Cliff, I was talking about little travel tourist brochures. And they can pretty much be anything. I lost my sound. So am I still being heard? Oh, I understand. Cliff's not being heard. So I understand. I missed the printer. I don't know. I didn't have a whole lot to talk about. Nothing planned. See if I can get a bigger screen here. And I don't know how. That didn't help. Well, somebody say something or type something, or I'm going to sit here like an idiot. I'm eating fresh carrots. No, we just call you bugs. That's all. No problem. It's a limited amount of stuff that's different within arm's reach here. I'll tell you a funny story about a crap Dremel drill style. I even labeled it little cheap Dremel. I got this from a place quite a few years ago for like $10. And this is before, it's not even in here. And that was before you could find cheap little Dremels. And it was woefully underpowered. I believe it had some battery operation on it that really never worked. And had a little wall wart, like a 3 or a 6 volt power from it. And this thing had so little torque, I was actually able to use that with a little wire brush to remove the printing from a piece of aluminum foil with leaving the aluminum foil intact. Something I definitely could not have done with any of the other Dremel-like tools. They would have just torn it to shreds. So sometimes the crappy tools, they're crappy tools, but they have their unique advantages. Yeah. That thing almost got thrown away so many times. I miss that printer sound. Now, let me see what else is at hand here. Oh, gee. Okay. Okay. We'll do some other stuff. These are just little containers of people. And back probably in the 70s, this sold for $1.25. I don't know which 70s. A little hard to see, and it's got tape on it, so I'm not going to undo it. But it reads box 2168. It's of water skiers. And, well, here's another box. This one looks to be, a little bit damaged. And it's written in German. It's box 998. And this one was cheaper too, 98 cents. But it's some, looks like World War II style medical carries, stretcher. I'll get one more. I'm trying to paint an example here of stuff. Let's see. Okay, and this one is basically men in top hats with women dressed up for Sunday. If you find stuff like this, these will typically sell for about $10 or so on eBay. Could be a little more, could be a little less. Sometimes the subject matter matters. What you have to know about these things, and I probably do not have different ages here, but I actually have two of box 998. And okay, I don't know if you'll be able to see, but this box 998, which you can see, a little hard to see with, I don't know if I can get into it. It's either stuck. But what happens is when they make these boxes, they put the current dress and paint style of that time when they made them. So you can find a box 998 and then find a box 998 that was made 20, 30 years later, and people are dressed differently. So if you go to look up what they sell for, you can't look up box 998. You got to look up box 998 that's of the time period that you have. And people that are doing train layouts and stuff, these happen to be HO gauge, they will want the figures of that time period. You know, uh, you know, that's not to say they never made older figures that, when they made them. But, so if you've got figures, from steam era, and it's the same thing as the ones from, diesel air or electric, they're going to be totally different. Now these, I'm going to pull up too, just to show you, sometimes you can get, the other thing is sometimes there can be just color variations. These are the same, and they're painted the same. And this is from AHM, which I think stands for Associated Hobby. I don't know. I don't know what the M stands for anymore. It can't be machines. Again, manufactured in Germany, but these are not anywhere near as hard to get, for the most part, than the other ones. So these should be worth probably about $5 a piece if you sell them. Sell a pair for 10 or so. With or without shipping. So just trying to give you an idea of what some of this stuff goes for. And I've got an excellent example of a jumbled box here to show you, and the lid's off of it. This is not the way they came from the factory because there are too many in here. So this is probably two things combined. It has a number on here, 2221. Oops, there's one of the figures, fell right out on me. And there might even be duplicates. These are people ice skating. And why there's a woman with a stroller in the ice skating ones, I don't know. But if you see this stuff, you're selling the figures, not the completed thing. And you probably reduce that to like half a dozen in the box, or you'd sell them for a little more. An interesting part about this one is this probably was purchased in the 60s or early 70s. I don't know if you can make that out, but this was from the W.T. Grant Company, which was at the time, they called them 5 and 10 cent stores, 5 and dime. And their main competitor was Woolworths. So I might even know which store this came from. Neither of those businesses are around. One of the businesses, I forget which one had which problem, but one of the businesses had, I think, some internal misappropriation of funds. Another one was granting credit at the individual store level. And, people would go in that weren't really credit worthy. They'd max out their little department store credit. And then they go to another store and max that credit out. And when they got all the way to the end, one of these two companies found that they had written the same credit for people, 4, 5, 6, 10 times. They couldn't collect. And as I remember, that's what took that one of those two companies down. You think that, they could have issued the store credit and then at least run it in and done an alert. If there was, credit abuse. Now, let's see. I want to pull up one other style of these figures. I do have some here. And these do not, at least these didn't used to go for as much money. And I'm going to just hold one up here. I don't know if we'll be able to get that. Yeah, it's coming in there. These are unpainted. And again, it's a box. And this one actually came from a real hobby store. They generally do not go for as much. Those were unpainted. There are also some ones in here that are painted in the box. And I think these ones with a base like this on there are actually older, but I could be wrong. So you put that in your cap when you go out and find things. I'll show you the way that they were stored. So just give you an idea of what might be in a box. They were stored in little cigar boxes. Now, regrettably, the cigar boxes might be sometimes worth a fair amount of money themselves. And this one's had masking tape on it. And I don't know if you get it off or not. But what I want to show you on the inside, and this would be typical, there are probably about 8 of those little packages in here. So if you were to find these in a basement or something like this, you're buying them. If you could buy these for $2, $3, $4, $5 per one of these boxes, you have something. Do not spend more. Cliff, you're still so silent. I'm hoping to hear from you. Out here just talking. Okay, we got one more thing here. This needs to be put away. These things, the old Wellers. They're fine to resell, but if you do certain types of electronic work that involves tubes and chassis, you're going to need something like this or a heavy iron to actually do the work. Sometimes the grounds go bad and you really need a good hefty soldering iron or gun to do the repair. There are other times you want to use those too. So if you do stuff like that, keep one of them. If you don't, just sell them. No, I don't know what they should go for. Oh, gee. Here's one I think I looked up one time. And these are bottles like pharmacies used to get. This one here is 2 ounces. I don't know if you can actually read that on the bottom there. Let's see what style this is. This one's a little bit beat up because the box lid, the flap is completely attached. It's a squeeze dropper bottle. Can't be that old, meaning it's got to be probably from the 60s or later. It's the amber glass, but the reason I say it has to be from the 60s or later is that it has a plastic. This is plastic. Sorry, guys. This is plastic on here. The really old ones will have a glass piece. And that'll be glass, and I think the rest of the bottle would be the same. It's a hard plastic here, and then this is actually a rubber. So, you know, I don't know what they're worth either. I think I looked them up. They weren't worth so much, but it's been a while, and they're a lot scarcer than they used to be. So, oh, what else down there? Cliff, I'm running out of stuff that's at my fingertips. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, boy, I was off on the date for this. Another thing that actually can go for some money are old photos, even family photos. I thought this one was from maybe 1963. but it's from 1961. And that's all that is. Now, this crinkled edge on the side, if I remember correctly, the style was the type of prints many places printed out of the old 110 620 cameras. I think those are the numbers. And it was just the style. You get into the other camera styles and other printing, they had the square edges. I think this one, yeah, this is a square edge. And let's see here. They're both from 1961. So I'm pretty sure this was actually done by a local lab and not sent out to like Kodak. And I don't know about this one. But get a box of those for $1 or $3. You know, you can make money, lot them up. If you get stuff back during any of the war periods, you know, or even old manufacturing, old stuff, you might be able to sell some of those separately. Now, this item, next item I'm going to pull up is completely, almost completely, replaced by LEDs. This is more of a collector's thing than a using thing. Once again, I have one with a partial label tear. This does not have a label tear at all. What the hell is it? Well, these are little, try to get it there, little light bulbs. That little white thing is actually a light bulb. It's been painted. And collectively, these, whether they have a bigger light bulb or a smaller light bulb, sometimes they're called grain of wheat. And this is made by the Aristocrat company from Newark, New Jersey, but it's made in Japan. Another thing that's a good tip, this is an older one. If you see up top here, this little grommet or rivet, actually it's more like a rivet that's open, that's actually made of brass. And you see that, you won't find that in any of your modern stuff that you can hang up. It just won't be done that way. These are also pretty small holes. Cliff, it's your show. Take it back from me, please.
Well, sit on your hands or something.
What was that?
Sit on your hands or something.
Yeah, but then I won't be able to scratch anything.
That's what the teachers always told us when we were little. Sit on your hands.
Well, I should have said, okay, you put your hands there and I'll sit on them. You know, I never thought to say that to my parents. Oh dear, it's 4:27 a.m. Yeah, Cliff, I think it's just you and I on here.
No, I got 5 people. It would count the 2 of us.
Okay, let me try this again.
I'm going to guess Jennifer Lynn and Bumcracker listening.
The participants that YouTube displays doesn't get updated after I do a pop out. Now all I see here is you, I, and Bumcrack. I guess Jennifer's here too.
Both my YouTube and my StreamYard say there's 5 watching.
Well, That proves you got better intelligence than I do. Not complaining. Let's see what. Okay, YouTube does tell me I have 5. But that was off my screen. I have to get up sometime in the daylight. I'm going to have to wrap up, my end soon. Okay, we've got one more thing we can cover here. Now this. Now what I'm going to show you could either be a mark of some quality, some cheapness, age or lack of age. This is a little U.S. flag, and if I look at it, oh gee, how many stars do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One. Oh boy, I think this might be a 48-star flag. Okay. But that's, gee. Well, that tells me it's a while ago. And this is printed on a coarse fabric. And it's not nylon. And let's see here. If you see stuff with stitching on it like this, it's just going to tell you it's older. For all the world, this reminds me of thick gauze. I can see through it, and I can see the weave of the fabric. And, yep, it's actually wood. So, anyway, that's... Clef, I'm really running out of stuff at arm's reach to get into. Oh, what's right here? It's a heavy box.
Do you have a fly swatter?
You have a fly.
Mm-hmm. I have about 5 flies per year coming to my house.
How many
And
leave?
I think there's 3 of them here now.
Okay, so you're almost done for the year.
I've actually had the most flies in my house this year than I have since I moved in. So I have a baggie of pennies and water hanging by my front door, and that has kept the flies out for the almost 8 years that I've lived here.
Must be the printer attracting them.
Don't say that, then I'll start resenting the printer.
All right, it must be something else attracting them. I don't remember whether it was flies or mosquitoes, but I was listening to one of the ways that some of the researchers thought they found each other, and that was by the frequency of their wing beat, because there were differences from males to females. What's that little speaker? Oh, that's supposed to attract the flies. What's the other speaker? Well, that's to attract the other flies.
Yeah, I know, Josh, but neither is beer. So, nah. They're fresh carrots. You just can't beat that taste. They're not the oversweetened type that you buy in stores.
I was fortunate to get some non-factory raised carrots. Oh my God. This is impossible. No, it isn't. Okay. I'm not making this up, guys. But if you can see that flag in that picture from 1961 sure damn well looks like that flag I just had in my hands. Right down to the way it's attached to the wood. That's freaky. Okay. I think it could possibly, I don't, I mean, it looks the same. It really looks the same, but I don't see how it could possibly be. But it looks the same. So it might help with dating it, but it'd be too big of a coincidence. And that would mean, if it is, that the pictures and the flag all came from my grandparents. That would be, and that's possible. But that's freaky. And why the flag would be out where it was, I have no idea. Cliff, this is one of the dangers if you wind up with a house and haven't been in every nook and cranny of it, You find things. I still have a basement that I may find things in.
Yeah.
Well, I'll put it so I have half of one of the three basements I may find things in. Oh. If you could have had those sounds your printer makes and put them in some of the 1950s or 60s sci-fi movies, it would have helped some of them a lot. Use it as the sounds of somebody scanning a radio for trying to talk to name your planet. Was so interesting in the 60s, they used to have faster than light communication. Now we don't have it anymore. There's a really old, very classic sci-fi movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. By chance, have you seen that?
Yeah.
I believe the visitor on there said that he navigated 8 million miles to come to Earth. Well, that's pretty good because the sun's like 93 million miles, give or take, on average away. So maybe if they said 8 billion or 8 trillion, would have been okay. But 8 million is just a little jump. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Josh, I admitted to my cheat too. Uh, Instead of going with keto-friendly coffee, I've been sweetening my coffee with coconut sugar for the past couple of months. And I've had ice cream. I've actually been using ice cream to help me go to sleep at night. Kind of put up with the sugar high and then ride the crash.
You've also got the
But
the fat in there that's so reassuring and calming.
well, you can't soften ice cream without the sugar, so it's six of one, half a dozen of the other. But I do go with the real cream ice cream, like the 4 and 5 ingredient ice cream.
Hmm.
But I still stay away from grains. I can't eat anything with grain products in it. I get one hell of a headache. But I've actually gained a lot of my weight back by doing what I did. So, fucking people, learn how to hold your phone straight. You know, actually, what I've been doing, Josh, lately is in my freezer, I've got frozen, I guess they're obviously frozen, but I've got blueberries and Saskatoon berries. And I actually put them in a little jar, still frozen, and then pour the whipped cream on top of them. And then that whipped cream freezes. And that's been my kind of my ice cream treat the last little while. I don't put any sugar in it at all because the blueberries are sweet enough. And then the Saskatoons have a little bit of tartness to them, so it's a nice mix. Hmm. Oh, that's the fifth. Son of a bitch. I just mixed up my garage sale list for the ones next week. Oh, hell. I was all proud of myself for half a second, thinking, there's my list for tomorrow. But half is tomorrow, and the other half is next weekend.
Oh, Cliff, you did it. You sent me running to look up what in the world was a Saskatoon berry. I felt better when it said this little known fruit.
Yeah, it's grows from Alaska down to Maine pretty well.
I
Kind
think
of
there
does.
I think there was an article from the University of Idaho on how to cultivate them.
I've never have, Josh. What does it use for flour? I do have a friend who makes a gross omelet. I do have a friend that makes bread, like keto bread. Um, and she keeps talking it up, but she doesn't, never has any. Like she runs the farmers market in town here every weekend. But she says one slice will fill you up for a meal. $12 eggs though, damn. That's an eggy recipe. I did try the gluten-free pizza available at Domino's, and it was just a cheese pizza, and it tasted like it actually tasted exactly like if you took the end slice of a loaf of bread, half burnt it, and put cheese whiz on it. That was a that was exactly the taste. Come on, 3D. I kind of like that name that Bumcrack gave my printer.
You need the cat to catch the fly.
He is he's sleeping in my bed actually. I think he's trying to call dibs on the blankets. For such a little cat that already has a blanket of its own, basically permanently. I have a queen size bed, and I'll find myself with just half covered blankets. I basically got just a little corner of it, and I'm pushed over to the edge of the bed. And there's my cat on a diagonal like that. And I'm such a nice fella, I don't want to just flip him out of the way and roll over and go back to sleep.
Well, I don't think he's trying to be defiant.
Sometimes I don't know.
Well, if he's trying to be defiant, you have to explain that's not the way it is.
A heart to heart.
Absolutely.
Did you ever hear the story with him? Basically, when I first fell in love with the little fucker.
Okay, can we do it in less than 12 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, I'll stay to 5 a.m. here.
Avenue.
Well, he was I like what the story of him coming into my life. My mother was in the next province over delivering newspapers. Like she did the bulk newspaper delivery. Um, and she stopped at a Wendy's and she was walking back to the van and this little tiny ball of fur runs out from underneath the vehicle right to her feet. So she scoops him up and brings him to my house. And I wanted absolutely nothing to do with him when he first showed up. And like, so he was sort of kind of growing on me, but I'm sitting on the couch playing video games, and he wanted outside. He was sitting by the door, meowing, meow, meow, meow. I just kept saying no, 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 and so I continue with my video games, and I see him walk in front of me. He just kind of passes me, and my living room is on the far end of the trailer kind of thing. And then I hear this and I looked at him and I saw his tail going like that. Are you fucking kidding me? He was pissing on my wall, the bugger. And he has turned profile of me. He gives me a look and he goes like that. And he just keeps pissing away. So I hit pause and I get up off the couch because I'm ready to kick him against the wall. But by the time I got to him, I had already worked out in my head why he did what he did. And I also realized that if I was in that position, I would have done the exact same thing.
Well, so you establish the cat thinks like you?
Yeah. And he is like, oh, he is an asshole. But I don't know. He has grown on me quite a bit.
That happens. That does happen.
He actually got chased across the street by a bunch of magpies, and then he went out and beat up the neighbor's dog to save face. He's a tough cat.
I think you may have a dog in disguise.
Yeah, he'll put dogs 4 times his size on a run.
Well, it's not like a dog can jump on his back and claw them.
That's
Yeah.
true. We had the dog on the farm growing up, and we had a couple of outside cats, and the dog was going through a bit of a horny phase. And there was one cat that just wouldn't. He wasn't having none of it, kind of thing. So Lucky had hopped onto him and tried to pin him down and do his thing. But Charcoal was his name. He did a kind of a ninja flip and gave the dog a bed of nails.
Oh, surprise!
Yeah, like all I saw was like the hind end of the dog, doing his thing, and all of a sudden the ass end damn near flips the dog over. He jumped so high. But he never bothered that cat again.
Well, yep.
Hate flies.
I had a huge fly that was in the house, and I thought, well, it would die or something. And then I found it. It had landed in some water, and it was in there. And so my solution was to add a little bit of dishwashing liquid, just in case it wasn't dead. Because what that would do is that would coat the fly, very thin layer, and it would keep the fly from breathing. So, the fly went out earlier tonight, and
So
it was dead.
that's what dishwashing liquid does to insects.
A little bit of dishwashing liquid in any water forms a layer on the surface, and so if you have standing water outside or something, and you're concerned about mosquitoes or other things, it doesn't take much, just a little bit. Well, and that's plenty. And that will make it so that it doesn't work for them. When I was little, we used to have carpenter bees, and we get some wasps and yellow jackets and hornets occasionally. And there were two different summers, a friend of mine, myself, we had water pistols. And we'd load them up with water, a little Lux dishwashing detergent, and a little bit of glycerin. And we'd be out there, we'd be shooting the bees out of the sky. And you'd have to hit them maybe twice, and that would coat them. They have little tubes in their bodies that do their breathing from the outside, and it would basically make that ineffective. And we cleared them that way. And then a couple years later, I had a 10-speed bike, and after I'd had it for, I don't know, a year or something, it was time to service it. And the way I serviced it is I thoroughly cleaned it, degreased it, and then relubricated it. And I had the Schwinn bicycle degreaser. And there were two buildings that were close to each other, and then there was another portion of my parents' building back here. And the degreaser, as it went up in the air, was just killing every insect. I mean, it just cleared them out. Wonderful degreaser.
Yeah, I wondered about that with the dish soap because I have a huge problem every summer of box elder bugs. They're black cockroach-looking insects with a red chevron on their back.
A little bit. Oh, okay. Now, if they are related to cockroaches, they need two things. They need water and they need food. So you want to discontinue at least one of those. Okay. And
yeah, they don't show up anywhere wet. They hang out on dry, exposed wood.
Oh.
I only said cockroaches is because they have the same shape, head and shoulders, and antenna as a cockroach.
About 3 years ago, I found a roach in the building. And I was like, uh-oh, that's a bad sign. What are my neighbors doing? But I only found one. And I went on to learn that was what is called a wood roach. And they typically don't infest, buildings and things. You're uninteresting to them. And to this day, I've never seen another one.
Okay, it's a little more than a red chevron. Now that's what they look like.
Oh, I've seen those things. Outside, yeah.
Yeah,
They fly.
but
They
back on,
fly.
yeah, but they just collect on exposed wood.
I've never seen many of them in one place, though. I've seen just a couple here, a couple there.
And that's how they fuck. No, they'll actually be stuck to each other.
And
They'll
they can't fly like that, can they?
no, but like they kind of do a pretty fancy dance when you walk up to them and they try and walk away from you.
I had in the
But
U.S.
I had found by mistake, really, that dishwasher soap in water kills them in about 20 seconds.
Glycerin also will do that. Uh,
Beetle wrestling. Yeah, they're wrestling all right.
in the U.S., and I don't know if you had them. We had a Asian stink bug come in. The Asian stink bugs were brown. The stink bugs that were, we'd had for a long time or forever, they were green, and the brown ones way took over because things weren't eating them. And I guess during several years ago, during the period of maximum infestation, there was one that was on a railing, or flat piece of wood, and I went like this and hit its antenna, and it was sort of. I got it again, and then it sort of wandered over, and then it flipped up on its back, like it passed out, and then it hopped up again, wandered around, took some steps, and then fell off the railing. So I probably gave that thing a massive concussion through its antenna. Uh, it's not something I think you could repeat if you tried. Uh, I mean, some people not too far from where I am, they have like thousands of them. They show up on a window, they clog, I mean, they get, they've interfered with air conditioners. Um, and the belief, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong on this, is I think they were first reported in the Allentown area, and the belief was they came in with wood that was used for creating things from Asia. That's it.
Hmm.
Okay, it's 5:01, Cliff. I'm going to say goodnight, finally. So, bye-bye.
Alrighty. Have a good night.
Good night.
So what else has everybody got going on? An hour to go. Yeah, I must be getting tired, bum crack. You said that, and I was like, well, what fucking time is it there? Then I realized you were across the pond. That should start making the dish. I think you can see that line there at the top. That's when it starts closing up the top and making that lip and that stud. That's right about where we're at right now. Is that line? There's already one up there, idiot. I would say a 1/4 millimeter away. That's going to be probably 10 layers, 8, 10 layers. I shouldn't have bothered starting this print job here. I have to take advantage of the weekend off of works, catch some garage sales. Because today wasn't incredibly profitable. It'll probably pay for my gas money and my snacks when I left town. That's about it. Yeah, Lynn, I'm still going. I got about an hour to go. But it's going good though. How was your nap? I've only been on for 4 hours and 37 minutes. That would suck if it started messing up on me now, though. I better not say that. You'll see a fat guy lose his shit like they ran out of chicken nuggets at McDonald's. I actually increased the flow rate a little bit, and I decreased what they call the feed rate. It's basically the travel speed as it's building that level. Because when it tries to print a line across those squares, it just kind of goops, if you know what I mean. Like it'll go goop, 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 goop. So I'll make it pump out a little bit extra filament and slow it down when it hits the basically when it hits all those goops, which is what it does. Like it'll go goop. But yeah, it'll leave a goop and then a space and then a goop and then a space. And every time it does that, there's a little bit of a peak that goes about a half a millimeter above the level it's printing on. So as the nozzle comes around, it'll actually bump into those goops. That's the most scientific way I can put it. But I'm actually holding it down right now because it made a noise like it hit. So I'm just kind of holding it steady on the bed, just in case the nozzle wants to hit it and knock it off the bed. But it'll go one way and then goop it. But when it goes 90 degrees to that is when it smooths it out. No, it didn't get stuck. like it probably sounded like it slowed down, and I slowed it down. I slowed it down by 10%, and I increased the flow rate at about 10%. Kind of give it a double whammy, so it'll lay more goop down. With hopes that it leaves less goopy peaks. I think I'm still experimenting, right? When one thing doesn't work, I try something else. You can't see it there either. There. Yeah, that would suck if it's messed up now. I tell you. Wouldn't be good. See, it's actually going 90 degrees the other way again. But I'm actually going, oh, I guess you can't see it because some netwit stopped sharing. Durr. Listen to that. Right there. Oh, you may not have been in here when I was explaining it. So I will explain in pictures. Share. There we go. So what I'm building is, What I'm building is a spool holder for the filament. Because the spool holder that I've got, that's basically made for the printer, it doesn't account for an imbalance in the spool of filament, if you know what I mean. So it'll pull it around until the weight comes over a certain amount, and then it'll unload half the spool, and the filament will pop out, and it'll be terrible. But it's basically one of these, and it'll take a while. I've probably still got 16 or 17 hours of printing yet before I got one made. And what I've got that I'm going to show you on camera is those two bottom pieces. Like it's those two bottom pieces, and that guy is what's in the printer now. But yeah, what's in the printer is basically a big version of this, minus those holes in the middle. And if I find my little tester. It's a little piece of tester filament. That's all it's for. Just to direct the filament. I just get this spool because it's opened and it's almost done anyway. And right about like that. And it'll actually come around once I find the end. Ah, right there. So if you can visualize two of these at the bottom, and that's how it'll go, and it'll just rotate like that as it pulls the filament through the hole. And I can just have this sitting on the bench right beside the printer, like I'll have to do something with the satellite radio. It obviously won't be able to sit there. Move the radio or the printer. But yeah, like I'm not sure if you were around, Lynn, when I explained it last time. But just for the sake of keeping you on the same page, that's a bearing. And it goes inside that guy. And there's a piece that's secured to the side of the printer. It's on this arm, but it's on the other way. But the thing is, this thing spins so freely when the weight of a full spool is on it. When the spool is not balanced, it'll come up and up and up. And let's say that sticker is where the heavy part of the spool is. It'll just go like that. And then the filament will pop out the side. And now as that gets fed into the printer, it's got a twist in it. And it may not correct itself. It's more of a pain in the neck than it is anything else. But if you're not in the room to babysit it when it does that, it'll stop the printing. Like eventually the tension will get so great that the extruder that extruder motor won't be able to pull any more filament in. And then you start in a situation, it's called air printing, where the printer it'll keep going through all its motions, but it won't actually feed any plastic onto the work. And that's basically what this is a series of lines. And that's what this program does, is it gives commands to the printer for what lines to draw. And like it's incredibly thin. Like I'll actually do the math for you right now. 3.25 inches. 421 layers over 3.25 inches. It's actually easier to calculate in millimeters. Do you know much about millimeters and your metric system? $83. If you're in any sort of engineering or nursing or military, uh, you'll know millimeters. It's 83 millimeters. So you take 421 divided by 83.
That would be about 5.07.
That's 5 layers per millimeter. So you got about the thickness of a dime, and it's got 5 layers in there. It's actually pretty impressive. It should actually seem, no, five layers, little over 5 layers. Actually, I'm not sure if a US dime is the same thickness as a Canadian dime. I think US dimes are a tiny bit thicker. They do feel heavier, like a heavier punch of material. You probably can't see it real well down there, but it also gives the time remaining and what layer it's on. Right now it's 353 of 421. But you'll be able to see that. It's 41 minutes to go up on the top right there. What's your, oh, nothing. Getting tired. I was going to ask Bumcrack, what's your tea of choice? But I think in the UK it doesn't matter as long as it's good tea. Myself, I like Twinings Earl Grey with raw honey and a little splash of milk. I gotta move some boxes around my house too. I have a small stack that isn't doing me any good where it's at. So I'm just running a sale for the Labor Day weekend to to try and get rid of a few boxes. It's actually really neat when it gets up to this point because as it goes around this area, it's actually building threads on that stud. It's building the threads for that. And it's really neat. Tetley tea bags. That's cool. But as it prints it, it's actually it prints offset all the way around. We had for a long time, we had a parody TV show, kind of a skit style. It was called the Royal Canadian Air Farce. And it was probably, Lynn, you could probably compare it to our version of Saturday Night Live, but it was political, right? And they had a character on there. His name was Mike from Canmore, and Canmore is a small town here in Alberta. Mike from Canmore. That's how he talks. But he had one little skit there where he called into a radio show, and the DJ's like, "Yeah, who do I got here? It's Mike from Canmore." And it's like, "Oh, great. Where are you calling from, Mike?" Just a sec. Home? That was it. California. "22 layers to go, lady and gentleman." I don't think that's plural. Is that a pretty rainy region, Lynn, or is that pretty well the same old California desert? I suppose you would. I suppose up north there probably looks more like Oregon would. Hilly, woodsy. So I know Southern Cali is desert. No matter how many orchards there are, it's a desert. It's because that whole water thing is that whole water commission council, whatever you want to call it, that whole mess. California isn't supposed to have as many. Southern California anyway isn't supposed to have as much growing in it as it does. Still got 60 layers to go, for crying out loud. Yeah, I did. I did see the fight you guys had with fires. The car fire, it was called. We had our same. We had the same thing in Alberta, up in high level area in northern Alberta. Oh shit! No way. I'm happy you made it. I'm happy you didn't get rotisserie. Did you have to evacuate for a while? Ouch. You almost sounded like you were in the military there saying 10 mics. I figured it was either minutes or miles. They're they're the same thing. Oh wow. Yeah, the how far is it to high level?
It looks like high level is about 707 kilometers away as the crow flies.
So 700 kilometers, it's 450 miles or so away. Like the fires that we had this spring. it was that far away, but there was one day we had 3/4 of a mile visibility on the highways. That's how thick the smoke was up here. Nowhere near as it would have been, being bloody 10 miles away. But geez, I can't imagine the breathing problems you guys had. That's crazy. Yeah, like being that close, I can imagine you could hardly see the dog when he ran away to go take a leak. But like being 450 miles away, I would have thought the smoke would have dissipated enough to, be equivalent of a light fog. But there was a couple days there, it was pretty bad. But nowhere near what you would have had to go through. But did you so if it started that close, I guess that answers my question of whether or not you were evacuated. No, right on. Basically pack the car and then put the keys beside the door and be ready. But with a fire that close, all the wind has to do is sneeze in the wrong direction for half an hour and you're gone. Your house is gone anyway. We did have a somewhat similar scenario up in Fort McMurray, Alberta. I believe they figured it was a lightning strike that started that one, but by the time the evacuation order came, it was just bumper to bumper traffic leaving the city. And there's footage on YouTube where people are trying to drive out of the city and embers are bouncing across the hood of their car. It was that close. It was a pretty scary time for them anyway. There's even a video where one family got notice that their security camera detected motion, and you could actually see the fire come up through the window, blow out the window, and then it took the house. The family was able to watch their house burn down on their phone. But I can't imagine the hurt that would have caused. But a house could be replaced any day of the year. It's just good that they weren't there. Oh wow. So that fire was probably large enough to create its own climate system, eh? Like form thunderclouds above it. Like no rain, but there would be thunder and lightning above the fire because of all the friction of the smoke. got leaves in your property, so you probably had your sprinklers on the roof, eh? They tried that up in Fort Mac. Some people had sprinklers on their roof, try and save the house. Ouch. That's really sucks when basically the first responders get a big fuck you. Uh, that happened up here too. Like they had one firefighter, they pulled, like they were driving through the city and they turned down the one street where the one firefighter lived. He was a senior firefighter. And it was just enough time. He was just there just in time to see the garage door collapse and his 1976 Corvette up in flames, sitting in the garage. Just sitting there watching your house burn down. I don't know you that well, Lynn, but I sure am happy you're okay. I mean, I only know you through chat, really, so. That shit like that would sure bring perspective to a person. Make you realize how insignificantly small you are in the world. And how quick something can change. And did they ever, like, I haven't been following the news really since the end of that fire, but did they figure out what the cause was? I suppose with a fire that big, it would be either A, B, or C, just speculation. Ooh, bum crack, what did you do? Lynn needed one more line and she would have had an entire page. I was just waiting for that. Then I would have said, Lynn, achievement unlocked. Let it focus. Because at the top there, Bumcrack Picker's comment just disappeared. And then there he is. Yeah, I think it might count me twice because I have the pop-up chat open. It's either lurkers or they are sleeping. Because I think there are a few people that come on this channel just to fall asleep. Now there's 5. Well, I'll close pop-up chat. I know it counts me either way. And there might be the occasional person that just sees there's a live show on and comes in and then takes off. And there might be the occasion. What a silly looking chap that is. There wasn't that much of a lag here, was there? So now I've got YouTube open. It should be a +1. Yeah, Snobby's here. He's in the shed pulling his wire or whatever he does. Nah, he's a busy chap. Yeah, me too, Lynn. Snobby's. Yeah. Snobby's one of those people that just fucking makes you feel better. I was gonna get you on the show after I saw that fucked up article. That really upset me. I was looking for a cheer up. And he's got respect for people. And it just naturally makes you respect him back. Because I would not have been a very good soldier in the army. Because I'm a firm believer of respect is earned and not respect cannot be assumed. It has to be earned. And one of the ways you earn it is you dish it out as thick as you want it returned to you. And that's exactly what Snobby does. That's why I've got so much respect for him. Yeah, totally cool guy. He's almost lucky he lives across the ocean. I'd be over for tea all day, every day. I'd never get any work done. So probably about 15 minutes or so, I'll be signing off. It's got 14 minutes left of printing. And I'll probably sleep pretty good if the print goes well. And it's not done yet. It's got 30 or 40 layers to go yet. $35 hours, 35 layers to go. But it's real quick layers because everything's done except for that. Everything's done except for that stud in the middle. I think you'll be able to see it better now. Like it kind of looks like it. I was over here on the StreamYard pointing at it, thinking you'd see what I'm talking about. But you can kind of see the threads there. And it always looks like it's printing off center, which is kind of how it works out. "31 layers. The top 5 layers will go real quick. I would say 15 minutes from this point because I'm not going to just turn the printer off and go to bed. I'm a wee bit more responsible than that. My. Boy, that was a fiasco with the garage sales. Mixing my... You know it's bad when you mix your drinks, but when you're mixing your garage sales, you don't know what weighs up. He hasn't said nothing in a while, Lynn. Maybe he's gone out to grab you one. Didn't go to one sale, eh? Now it's telling me there are no ads in the category garage sales. Then you click refresh. Now there's 50. North side. How in the bollocks did I miss that one? 14704. Right on. I found the duty-free shops mark it up anyway, so it's just as expensive as you would have paid buying it normally and then paying duty. Why are you so messed up? And they changed the layout to something stupid. I'm just complaining about our version of Craigslist. Which isn't Craigslist. Hmm. Hmm. Uh-oh, it sounds like it's almost finished. Little ways to go. How's that for a time? Come take a look today or tomorrow, opening at 11 a.m. until we decide to close, based on how the days go. the garage sales that I were looking at an hour ago are not even on here. And there's only an hour. That was still today. Frustrating. Aha! Found you. Monday, 10 to 8. So that's all I wanted to do. Save all of them in Google Maps. I'm trying to add the note to say what time they are. Because I've ruined my routine before, route, by not leaving a note to myself on what the hours were of this sale. And then I'll end up not even going to it for one reason or another. Because then you're across the city. And I mean, from most standards, it's a pretty small city. Like Greater Edmonton area only has 1 million people. It probably takes an hour to run the ring road all the way around, maybe 45 minutes. Almost done. Got 5 sales stored. I'm tired already. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I go to drive there. See, now it's closing off the top. I'll go back and forth like that. And then do a couple things around, and then I'll go 90 degrees back and forth across the top, and then 3 ways around, 3 ways from Sunday. And you'll all hear same time I do when it dings. Well, I guess I'll hear it first, and 5 seconds later, 10 seconds later, you guys. Yeah, I am snobby. Geez, I'm 5:38. These one print job sticks to the table so you can't get it off, and another one doesn't stick. Just trim the bits. And don't worry, I'll show you once I'm happy with the trimmings. If you care. There's a bit to trim off, you see. I'm just trimming that off right now because it basically prints a border around everything. Jody, you're late, my man. I was Jody, I was directing people to Shout Out Edmonton there to show them the meteor footage and shit. That Walmart story's fucked up, man. I had to walk away from the damn camera. Like that was crazy. And I'm really being quite pleasant on my opinion on that. Well, yeah, I just I went to Shout Out Edmonton, and it was the next post up from the meteor footage and stuff on the main page. Basically, the meteor footage was the second post. I had to, but it just showed. It was just something about a rant about Walmart, and I've got so much respect for Walmart. I had to read it, and it upset me greatly that there would even be a possibility that would be happening. Like, it got so bad, I almost brought Snobby on the show because I needed some cheering up. And I went and sold my heavy bag this spring, so I couldn't go out and wail on that for a while. But yeah, if you didn't go see it, check out your main page there. But it's pretty depressing, so don't read it just yet. Like, at least wait till you're a couple coffees in, and maybe have a smoke. Huh. I thought that should have been able to thread on there, or maybe not. But yeah, folks, I would say the spool holder is almost half done. Those two pieces are the bottom. I'm going to see if it's big enough. And that's the top. So basically, there's one bracket on that side that this would screw onto. And then the other bracket has nuts that are actually built in that thread onto the other end. I'm going to see if it fits. See how well it fits. And you guys can bear witness to my win or fail, because there were a lot of options on sizing. It fits good enough, and there's just enough resistance in there that that's basically what I want, is for it to constantly tug tension. Yes. It's got built-in tension, friction tension, not like this this bearing. But it's not, just in case you weren't paying attention, Snobby, I was having problems with the bearing I ordered from Denmark. it would get up to a point, and if the spool wasn't balanced, it would just go like that and unroll a bunch of filament. And the filament would pop out if there was any little bit of twist in it. Mildly frustrating. Kind of like a tea that's too cool. Or that cool coffee that I had earlier that depressed me even more. So yeah, I just got the two brackets. One on each side. Not going to bother with it really tonight. So I just put a piece of paper on there to kind of tension you're building up, win or fail. Do I seem tense? I think I'm pretty chill. Oh boy. We got a runny nose. And that is, well, that went somewhere. Hopefully that didn't go into my chips. Disconnect. File quit. Boom. 6 hours live. Yeah, that's a jacked up story, man. It was depressing and it made me feel better about myself at the same time. Do you know how intensely weird of a feeling that was? It was confusing. It was very confusing. But yeah, I wasn't even thinking. I was expecting the meteor story to be at the top, so I just popped the link into the chat here. I had quite a few people. I had 15 people for the first few hours. I'm sure you wouldn't have minded the traffic anyway. Yeah, I popped the link in and then I read the story and I was like, geez, I didn't even know what to say. Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't have minded. That comment would be kind of alarming if it didn't have any context. Oh, wow. Snobby wasn't on with me. Steve was. Yeah. And Bumcrack was kind of doing. Bumcrack was kind of doing his thing. But I'm pretty well done here. There was one garage sale in your area that I wanted to catch tomorrow. I was just looking for others. I found a couple. God, that silence is actually nice. After all that. At least do a full 6 hours. Bloody hell, that's like 9 more minutes right now. 9 more minutes. Minus 12 seconds by the time you get it. Well, what am I going to do? Sing a song? I don't know my words. I'd have. So yeah, Jody, this 3D printer has a yeah, right. This 3D printer has a name. And it's the kind of name that you would expect a small companion robot to have. 3D. Kind of like a mini R2-D2. If you didn't know I was into 3D printing, that'd be his name. Like a little alien that you found that's super friendly. That'll build you whatever you want. Oh my God. Now I know that I've been on for as long as I have. How are you, Tommy? Yeah, I was bloody up all night. It's not my fault. But I just finished the rolls for my magical spool holder. That's the only reason. I was waiting for that to finish. And I'm not sure who it was. Either Jennifer or Lynn. But someone was like, hey, wouldn't a cut off chunk of PVC do the same thing? And I said, that's there's no pride in that. At least with this, once it's all made, I can say, well, I fucking made that. It's not terribly expensive. It comes in 1 kilogram rolls, So it's just over 2 pounds of material, and it's about 35 bucks Canadian. So which is between 25 and 30 US. And it's not terrible. And I think this guy took 50 feet of filament to make. If my calculations are correct, it was 50 feet. So it's not terribly expensive. It's just time consuming. Crazy, crazy time consuming. If you take a millimeter, which is about the thickness of a dime, there's 5 or 6 layers in that at the quality that I'm printing this. But I can dial the quality up to put between 12 and 15 layers in a thickness of a dime. And I'm just willing to waste a bit to learn how to run the thing, because I had so much available to me. This one doesn't count because it was opened. It's a little under half, but yeah, there's heat press. For you mean the heat press for shirt designs and stuff? That one looks like it's open too. What the fuck, Roger? Whatever your name is. So it wasn't brand new. I got 2 of them that were not brand new. I'll slap a bitch. And the tote. He threw in the tote for free. Well, I should hope so. 10, 12, 14, 16. There's about 20 pounds of filament plus the spool. D has a spool of oh, right on. That'd be cool. D has a roll of glow-in-the-dark green. She said I could just have it, and that was the last I heard from her. Jody, you know any t-shirt people in the area? I almost want the Boondock Mercantile hoodie now. YouTube resellers are getting their own merch, and it's going to turn into fire department shirts. Because you can actually, like, if you belong to a fire department, you can actually take a shirt to wherever you're traveling, go to a local fire department, and you can trade shirts with them. I don't know how much filament is in 1 kilogram because it's by weight. To figure that out, I'd have to take, like, say, a garbage roll of spool and maybe pull out a gram or even 100 grams worth, and then extrapolate the weight, and then I can divide it back down to what it would have costed. But I either bought a shit ton of filament and got a printer for free, or I bought a printer and got a bunch of filament for free. PMMA. I'm just looking up looking shit up. Okay, PLA. Choose type of filament. Choose filament diameter used and enter weight of reel and filament in grams. So that'd be 1,000 grams. It's 252 meters. $252.13. Two inches. Let's say feet. So there's 827 feet in a spool. $827 divided by 51.
That would be about 16.2156.
So you divide that by 16. $35 divided by 16.
That would be 2.1875.
I'm going to say $2. If I'm going to quote philosopher Lloyd, if my calculations are correct. But this is staying up all night math. Yeah, so it would have been $2 for the big guy, and each spool, each little one would be the same. So I'm holding $4 in my hand. So that spool holder, the entire completed project might 4, 5, 6. I'm thinking $10 to $12 for the spool holder. Now to order something like that from Felix Fuckers and then paid value added tax and brokerage, and on top of that, I think I'm doing pretty good. But after I get a full night's sleep, I'll know for sure whether or not my math was good. I just had to say that because $35 worth of parts cost me $130 by the time the UPS driver was knocking on my door. But it got here, bloody hell, it got here within 7 days, within a week, so I can't complain too much about that. Small price to pay, I guess. Well, China would have shipped the thing for $3, but it could have taken 6 to 7 weeks to get here. And there wouldn't have been any value added tax. I've actually got messages in StreamYard popping up before the YouTube chat does. I've never had that before. In all the minutes that I've paid attention. But yeah, it's $35 per spool of filament. That's what Craig is saying, Jody. That I'm going to be 3D printing a 3D printer. It would have to be a mini one. Whoa! Crazy idea. I wonder if one's available. I'll just see if Thingiverse has one. That'd be trippy as hell, dude. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Bumcrack. We'll see you again, man. What the hell would you call that? A 3D printer print file? No. Not called that. Because it's just taking me to, well, 3D printer print files. Search. 3D printer. I'd have to make one. I think I'd have to make a... Holy shit. They are available through Pinshape. Well, shit. I'm looking for a print file of a 3D printer. And that's a Christmas ornament. A cute little thing. I'll just make myself 100 of them. Then I'd have to buy a Christmas tree. Oh, snap. I'll need one of them. I don't have a sponge wiper. That sounded dirty as fuck. Hey, look at my sponge wiper. Wells Fark. That sounds dirty too. "3D printer printing record player." It is a 3D print file of a 3D printer printing a record player. And it doesn't go back to where, like to the search results. Each time it doesn't go back. Hey, that's cool. If I had such a fancy printer, I'd get that shit. Whoops. Now I'm buying it. That is really cool. Add a touch of class to it. Well, I don't know, this thing, that where it's sitting, it has 3 feet. What? 3D has 3 feet, not one of them are sitting on the bookshelf. I'm not even paying attention to shit here. I didn't realize you were typing away. But we'll end that shit. So there's one foot. There's another foot hanging off the edge. And, well, fuck it. The other one's back there, but it's hanging off the back edge. Excuse the messiness. But yeah, those feet are cool. If I had a square box, like that looks like a MakerBot, Multi-Maker. But it'd probably fit MakerBot, because those are usually square frames. Ultimaker. With channels cut into the top for Ultimaker's 2's legs to fit in. Meh, you know what I mean. They're all square boxes. except for this one. This one's shaped kind of different. Remote control Mars rover. I better stop looking at new files and just print the ones that I've got. Get too far ahead of myself. Way too far. Felix fucked up. So once I figure out your design, I've got to make another one. And it's probably, the sign's probably going to clamp to the handle. And it's kind of enthusiastic design, but it'll clamp there and it'll just kind of be like a 50s tire shop. It'll just say 3D. And on one side, I'm going to have copyright BCP 2019. He came up with it. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Snobby. I'm watching both chats and it's driving me batty. Almost as much as that fly. Need some chopsticks. Catch the fucker. Ooh, almost. No, I just have the white and natural. I'm trying to get that roll of glow in the dark green from D. That reminds me. I gotta email DYK Post and see how they're if they charge me brokerage per package or per shipment. Do you know offhand? Right. So I think you've said you don't buy stuff through them. But yeah, I just got reminded. And it's like almost fucking 5 o'clock. And here I am going, yeah, I'm going to go to garage sales today. Yeah. But that Sony Watchman I bought from Derek is finally headed to Montana. That's going to turn out to be an expensive little unit. Because I already paid for it to get shipped to me. And then Customs fucked it up and sent it back to him. Oh, snap. Because I kind of had it in my head that I'd get 4 or 5 parcels sitting in Montana and then just order order the pickup. So maybe I shouldn't do that. One for me. And that chick in Edmonton's like, I don't know. Ask Calgary. And I never got around to contacting the Calgary office. She can be annoying. Yeah, was it Grace, her name? She seems very knowledgeable. I think it's Grace. Okay, that train's headed east. God, that's depressing. I can tell from in here what direction it's going. And he's moving too by the sound of it. So Tommy must have taken off just as quick as he showed up. I had a whole 3 orders this weekend. So far, anyway. Tommy, which one are you talking about? Tommy Bernard was on live just before me. But the bargain effect they might have a mid-morning break room later today. I'm not sure if they're taking Monday off. Yep. in your uppity, you won't be wearing white after today. I think that's an uppity society thing. I don't wear white just because it gets dirty easy. All my white shirts, I don't wear them. They sure stay white. That's too messed up. I was reading up on the wearing white after Labor Day. I couldn't understand it, so I stopped reading it. Yeah, it's just me. Well, I'm the only human here. My owner's sleeping in the other room right now. That's about what it is. I mean, yeah, little fucker. Because I basically installed a kitty door into the screen door, so when the big door is open, he can go in and out as he pleases. Thinking I did a good thing to make it easier on myself. But I may have been trained to do that. But then he figured out, see, I'm thinking he was smart enough to figure out how to knock when he wants back in, when the big door is closed, because he can just paw against that kitty door and it goes whack, 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 whack against the big door. And then I come and open up the door and let him in. At first, I thought he was pretty bright for figuring out that he can knock. But I think he trained me. Because he'll knock, 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 and if I don't come right away, he He knocks louder. Living where you are, Shiloh's probably strictly inside cat, isn't she? Oh, right on. I'd pretty well be scared as hell to let my cat outside along Jasper. But he's even pretty good here. He hears a car coming, he runs off the road. All he has to really worry about around here is coyotes. And whenever a magpie gets ornery with him. One day I saw a magpie chasing after him, and a little while later I see him bossing a dog around. So he had to go beat up a dog to save face from being chased by the magpie. It was a fat magpie too. Hey, just me. No, I've never seen them out on the street, but I'm on the corner, but on the outside, and I have an empty lot on one side of me, and I have pasture on two sides, and then the street is number 4. So I have a lot of I have a lot of I have 80 acres of pasture around me. So they might get close sometimes, but that's it. But still, if Buddy hasn't come back at night, I have a hard time sleeping that night. Because there's always that possibility, right? That he's out in the field and gets surrounded by a herd of coyotes, or a pack of coyotes, I guess. Coyotes would probably hang out quite a bit in the river valleys at night through Edmonton. They hang out there's coyotes that live full time in Calgary in the river valley. But yeah, but thankfully coyotes are more scared of you than you are of them. So if you see coyotes out in the field and you just walk towards them, they will run away. But one thing we're getting in North America are wolf coyote hybrids. They have the curiosity and the comfort with humans that a coyote has, and they have the boldness that a wolf has. It is not a very good combination of animal to have when you have pets. Probably 10 years now, they have seen an influx of these wolf coyote hybrids. And they're almost like a black or dark gray. They look like a combination of a small wolf and a large coyote. Like you see their facial features and stuff, you'd think either way. Fucking fly. No, didn't get him. But yeah, Pauline, I've seen my cat run down dogs 4 and 5 times his size. And then after he's done that, he's got this strut. It's really funny. He'll cock his ears off to the side and he'll just have this tough strut. And he's the only cat in town that has that strut. Swagger. That's more of a accurate term. He walks with some swagger. Yeah, well, a cat's mind is constantly in alpha mode. They don't really turn that off. So yeah, a cat will see another living creature, and in the cat's mind, he owns that creature. Well, there's times I'll just be chilling, and my cat will come up and sit down and just stare at me, like just like just stare at me, like, dude, we have to talk. Weird sounding belly this morning. So I'm about ready to have a little nappy. So I haven't done that. I haven't done that yet today. Or yesterday even. Got a bit of a day tomorrow. Or fuck! Today. It's gonna be a busy day today. And it's actually gonna be even busier tomorrow. Oh, excuse me. Boy. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Jody. Yeah, you bet. Pauline, it was good to see you again. And anybody else? I think Bumcrack is gone, and Snobby was gone. Yeah, 5 more listed today than I did. Even yesterday. I didn't get anything listed yesterday, but a little bit of something is a lot better than a whole lot of nothing. I had some sales. I didn't get any listing done, but I had some sales. So, hey ho. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? But we'll, that's weird. We'll, catch y'all again. Thanks for hanging out.